Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Femi Wash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short term. It's not sustainable. the only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Well, the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, the value its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing the quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your put as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? But that took I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. when we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV, Oyinpriye Kurmale. Now, the federal government has extended the ongoing probe into revenue remittances by key agencies, including the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, to December 2024, following unresolved discrepancies in payments to the Federation account. The decision was reached after the Federation Account Allocation Committee received the subcommittee's report showing that several outstanding balances remain unreconciled. Documents from the committee's 2025 October meeting revealed that the NNPC Limited had submitted its responses to an alleged under-remittance of $42.37 billion, which is an equivalent of 12.91 trillion naira between 2011 and 2017. The extension, officials said, would allow for a thorough reconciliation process between the agencies and the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee subcommittee to ensure all funds due to the Federation are properly accounted for. Now, prices of cooking gas have dropped across the country from about 2,000 naira per kilogram to 3 weeks ago to between 1,300 and 1,500 naira as supply improved following weeks of scarcity. Chairman of the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Retailers Association of Nigeria, Ayobami Olarioye, confirmed the development, noting that the market is gradually stabilizing. The product is circulating again and prices are dropping, though not yet back to normal. It now sells between 1,300 and 1,500, depending on the location, he said. Olarioye added that if supply remains steady, the market could stabilize further fully within a week. The drop follows intervention by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and Gas, Ekperikpe Ekpo, who vowed to clamp down on hoarding and unfair pricing after a recent strike disrupted supply. Consumers, however, hope the prices will return to 900 naira per kilogram or lower. Sources at the Dangote Refinery confirmed the LPG now sells to marketers at 715,000 naira per metric ton, while retailers have been urged to align prices with improved availability, according to reports. Now, foreign investors have renewed strong confidence in Nigeria's economy following the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund annual meeting in Washington, D.C. The Finance Minister, Doris Nkiruka Uzoka Anite, said the investor interest has surged as ongoing reforms restore macroeconomic stability and market trust. She revealed that major global firms, including Shell, announced fresh investments worth $2 billion, while the freedom to repatriate funds without restriction has further improved investor confidence. Uzoka Anite highlighted that Nigeria's bold reforms, such as removing fuel and foreign exchange subsidies, have stabilized the naira, reduced inflation below 20%, and lifted foreign reserves to $42 billion. The minister said these reforms are driving renewed growth, with gross domestic product now expanding faster than the population rate. She added that the government's continued focus on inclusive growth, job creation, and social protection under the renewed Hope agenda is positioning Nigeria as one of Africa's most attractive investment destinations. Now, despite receiving 94.62 billion naira in ecological fund allocations between January and September 2025, at least 238 Nigerians have died in floods that ravaged communities across the country. Data from the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee showed that 36 states received 51.87 billion naira, while 774 local government areas got 42.75 billion naira within 9 months period. The funds meant to combat environmental challenges like flooding, erosion, and drought appear to have had little impact, as over 409,000 people were affected, 826 injured, and 115 declared missing, according to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. Environmental experts have criticized the poor use of the funds, blaming weak accountability and lack of infrastructure for recurring disasters. The president of the African Environmental Health Organization, Afolabi Abiodun, said the authorities spend little on prevention measures such as drainage and floodplain mapping. Similarly, sustainability expert Hakim Mukta noted that while the disbursements could have significantly improved flood control, many communities remain without proper drainage system or waste management. The situation, he said, highlights the need for transparency, data-driven planning, and stronger community involvement in ecological projects. Now, China's economic growth slowed to its weakest pace in a year in the third quarter, expanding to 4.8% between July and September 2025, down from 5.2% in previous quarter. The slowdown, which matched analysts' expectation, reflects the impact of a prolonged property slump, sluggish domestic demand, and weaker investment. Official data also showed industrial output grew 6.5% year-on-year in September, while retail sales rose 3%, signaling limited consumer momentum despite government efforts to stabilize growth. Analysts said the latest figures put China on a track to meet its 2025 growth target around 5%, though underlying economic weaknesses remain. The fixed asset investment fell to 0.5% in the first 9 months of the year, and property investment plunged nearly 14%, underscoring continued pressure on the real estate sector. Economists expect Beijing to maintain targeted fiscal support rather than broad stimulus as it seeks to balance a recovery with financial stability. And many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Do join us again.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out, starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, He cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, a petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huhili Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom that encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy. providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing this good and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL and we are live on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you from Lagos, that sector of excellence, Today we'll be looking at revenue generation as it concerns NNPC. There have been a whole lot of question mark since 2011. Yes, that far. So we'll be looking at stories surrounding that particular debacle and asking ourselves, hey, who is remitting, who is owing, and who is pursuing and getting the news out there. We'll also be telling you what's happening between China and the US as it concerns soybeans. Very important staple, very important cash crop, very important policies that have pushed people to the brink of war when it comes to tariff. And that is where we are still talking about it. Who is it affecting? Who is pushing? Who is gaining? At the end of the day, we'll now come home and still tell you a whole lot of stories. Aviation is there, the Senate is talking about. Pilot and aviation handlers, who should we hold accountable for some specific issues. iPhone is also here, part of the story. So there is a whole lot for you to dine with us this morning. So don't go anywhere. Remember, join us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and most importantly, share. Let your neighbor, friends, and co-workers know that something is happening here. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I'm not alone on this table. Join me as I welcome the gentlemen. Those you always want to go into a fight with, I keep telling you that they deny, but hey, I'm very sure of that. To my side of this divide, the fair one. Oyinpere, good morning.
Good morning to you, SOUQ. Good morning to you, the night, Olumide Shokoya. Good morning to Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and world. It's a brand new week, and we are at it again. You know, essential workers were called. Even during COVID-19, said we were essential workers. But part of the advantage, though, was that whilst you were all indoors, we were moving around Lagos.
Essentially.
Essentially. Bringing you the news, actually.
Good morning, you're welcome. The night is also here. Good morning.
Happy New Week. They say if your job does not excite you, change it. If Monday does not excite you, change your job.
Monday?
Yes, does not excite you, then you need to change your job.
It excites you?
Yeah, it excites you. Good morning, welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya. Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Oyinpere.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we go straight to our first story, but before that, we'll go on this short break, and we'll be joined via Zoom by Mukhtar Amin. He is staying awake for us and for you, so he don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Yes, welcome back. Yes, we have our Mukhtar. I mean, he's joining us via Zoom. He's way kilometers away across oceans. Mukhtar, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning to you.
It's nice having you.
Same here.
Okay, straight to our first story, and it has to do with revenue generation. More like revenue accountability. Now, the federal government has, through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, that's SOUQ, has extended its ongoing audit and reconciliation of remittance from key revenue-generating agencies, including the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, until December 2024. Now, the decision follows persistent discrepancies in payments to the Federation account. At the center of the probe is an alleged under-remittance of $42.37 billion. I think I need to take that again. $42.37 billion. That is sinking. That's about, okay, let's leave that for now. By NNPCL between 2011 and 2017. The company has submitted a response to the allegation, but SOUQ documents from October 2025 meeting indicate that the discrepancies remain largely unresolved. A subcommittee overseeing monthly reconciliation efforts reported significant gaps and outstanding payments yet to be clarified. The extension is aimed at allowing more time for a thorough review and accurate reconciliation. The move underscores the government's push for greater transparency and accountability in public revenue management. That's a serious one. Okay. We've had this particular apple hanging over NNPC, if you add the L, for a while. First, it was, if you remember, well over or 300. Let's leave those figures. But now, between 2011 and 2017, there is this 42.3 billion remittance.
Yes, dollars.
Yes,
sure it's
dollars.
Make sure you state it clear.
I sincerely apologize. Now, if you remember, in 2014, February to be precise, the then CBN governor came out directly and said NNPC was robbing Nigeria. I won't say allegedly because he said it. So right now, this is where we are, and we've not had that resolution.
It's
Can you pull out your sword and say something?
It's quite unfortunate that we're looking at $42.37 billion, which is 12.91 trillion naira. I remember when Ojulari was summoned, so many things came out. Then we heard that, oh, he was going to sell NNPCL. Then later, Senior Advocate of Nigeria said, you cannot sell it. It's federal, it's the people's property, basically. It's quite sad that this is where we've gotten to, but His Royal Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi has always been talking about this from the time he has been as CBN governor. He has always been talking about NNPCL, that we do not even know how many barrels per day it's coming out, what they are making, and they've not been audited for a very long time. But, well, it's good that right now they are going to be audited. It would somehow restore public confidence. If
public confidence on who?
Well, on NNPCL themselves, the federal government also, because people have lost confidence in most of the state assets we have, that what is even happening. We have NNPCL, we don't know how much is coming out. It will restore public confidence. It would bring about accountability. It will also deter others if it is done, emphasis on if it is done well. What I mean if it is done well, that is you publish. As the audits are coming out, you publish it. Let it be as transparent as possible. Open up the books. Let's know from every year. Evolve all the security agencies. Set up. Then I would also recommend an independent forensic.
On NNPCL?
On NNPCL. Independent forensic. Let it not be from the government. Hire an independent forensic. Let them look thorough. Someone who has nobody that's going to call him and say, hey, you see that department, leave it. They would do a thorough audit. Let's know what is, and publish it. You know, it's one thing to hire an independent forensic, and it's one thing to now publish it. Because, yes, they will deliver it to you. They will deliver it, then publish it. Let people. That's the only way you can restore confidence in the minds of the people. Because right now, people don't even know how much has entered. And these figures we are looking at, I'm sure, now, I'm not trying to raise any suspicion, but I'm sure if the forensic go through it, independent forensic, they might even uncover more than what the figures that we are looking at. So,
okay. Oyi Priye, the fair one. Now they are looking at between 2011 and 2017. That is majorly during Goodluck.
7 years.
During Goodluck Jonathan's era.
2011 and 2017.
So we had issues after 2017 down to 2024. To be precise, we can still remember that one of the CEOs of NNPC was docked. EFCC followed him, through him and the one before him, and the one before him. So why are we having just 2011 to 2017? That is one. Then two, over time, we've had the Minister of Petroleum as the president. Dear fair one, if we ask a question, should the president not be answering these questions?
Well, I think the president has two representatives. Minister of State for oil and gas. We have for gas, and they have Minister of State for petroleum resources. Both ministers can attend to whatever the president is needed for. I think both ministers can attend to those questions.
Are you sure?
Whatever. I think so. The Perikbe Ekpo and Aineken Lokpobri, they can handle this out. In fact, the National Assembly, both the Green Chamber and the Red Chamber, have the right to summon or maybe put the word in a different parlance to call the attention of these two ministers to come to the House and give and answer whatever question they needed to ask, Mr. President. So I don't think...
Are you sure we won't have the repeat of the case of my Oga at the top?
Someone
I think both...
has not given me the liberty or the leeway to answer that question.
No, I don't think it would be fair to refer to the administration in that way. However, let's take a bit, let's dive in a little bit deeper. For NNPCL, NNPC, they have several functions, and we need to begin to align those functions together in order to look at if there's still going to be further, fragmentation of that institution, and the purpose of that should be geared towards sanity and towards getting to, so that we can plug all the loopholes and prevent any leakages through which the finances of the nation might be siphoned or could be siphoned. Opaque deductions. Historically, NNPC deducts costs related to crude oil production, subsidies, and pipeline maintenance before remitting revenues to the governments. First line charges, and these should not escape first-hand scrutiny. If those deductions are made directly, we need to have, in order for us to have a very, very, not opaque, but very, very clear line of action, we need to have other agencies as well. But the thing is, there are still going to be government agencies that should know how much is for the crude oil production, how much is for the subsidies, because this time when we cover that the audit covers also include the times where subsidies were under enforcement. So we have to look at that as well. If we look at the dual accountability gap that NNPC has, okay, it operates, probably because maybe that time it was NNPC, it operated both as a commercial entity and as a state collector of revenue. Those two accountability gaps, there's the tendency for those to clash, and one may be able to overshadow the other, but can't we have another entity that's a collector of revenue within that space, and also as a commercial institution? Because now I see it more as a commercial institution. Liability. That's where the limited liability comes in. But probably because if you look at the duration of time that it covers for this time of the probe and audit remittance, a larger part of those years are when it was operating as both a collector of revenue and both a commercial entity. So there might be some form of, will I say, deepen the discrepancy that, which is the allegation that are being, then weak oversight institution. The Office of the Auditor General, NATI, and the Federation Account Allocation Committee have repeatedly flagged inconsistencies in NNPC or NNPCL's dealings, but the enforcement institutionally and otherwise have not been as strong as the way we envisage it to be.
Okay. If I may come in,
okay.
What you are just trying to paint is a beautiful picture of bureaucracies that is hindering their optimal performance.
Exactly.
Which is what they are querying right now. Now, it's not even the total amount, because if you look at the total amount that they are actually supposed to query from that 2017 or 20 whatever to 2023 or 2024 is 210 trillion, which is it times 2 of our our budget?
So times 3.
Times 3. So they are just doing 2011 to 2017.
So 210?
One thing,
almost times 4 of our budget.
So one thing we have to put into consideration is this.
Okay.
I am not going to completely and fully say the reason or some of the discrepancies. Of course, it goes beyond normal bookkeeping discrepancies, some of which Doctor on the other day always mention and make references to that, these are the bookkeeping discrepancies. It's not actually, I think that is also true.
Can they show us those books?
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I don't know if you understand.
I can say,
here, then show us the
see, I can say that is also true. But to say that specifically 200 do you have any idea what 200 trillion naira is? You remove 200 trillion naira either within 7 years space or 6 years space from the Nigerian economy. Do you have any idea where we will be as a country? We have been in the doldrums completely, and that might precipitate it. But there's something. No. There's something else I needed to point out before you actually go to Mukhtar.
Can I?
There are different.
Yes. Hold on. Now they are not saying they took the money.
Yes.
They are saying all revenue that have not been accounted for. So it's not as if maybe there was a money somebody put their hand and took. I don't know if you understand.
Okay.
Now, it's okay. Between this period, you're supposed to have generated this, but now we've not gotten a full account of this within this period. So, hey, please, can you give us more clarification?
So
it's not as if maybe
I wanted to point out, yes. So, but some of those things that NNPC, the way NNPC was operating before, and the way NNPCL is now operating for the past 2 years, those discrepancies or those inconsistencies with regards to its institutional position will also now need to be vetted and to be put into consideration. That is one point. Number two, I just want to mention few of the audits that are being in place. I think that is even currently ongoing. The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation is conducting audits by PricewaterhouseCoopers investigating unremitted crude oil revenue from January 1st, 2012 to July 31st, 2023. Then there's another one that Gombe State Governor's Forensic Audit is carried out by 2010 to 2015.
Gombe State?
Yes.
Auditing what exactly?
Okay. Of course, NNPCL.
That
are looked at revenue-generating agencies, including NNPC.
Are they using it for research purposes or for
including NNPC?
Can I ask you a question?
There are others that stated from 2013 to 2017. There are others that stated from 2015 or 2014 about to 2018. Then there are others from 2013 to 2023, then to 2024. Which is the one we currently have now in 2025. So one of the leakages where we can clog it completely is that we should not wait after 2-3 years before we start asking for audit for what happened in 2021, in 2022, because these are chances for unscrupulous elements to actually play football.
So I want to put in something now. What you are trying to say now is, when it was NNPC and when it was NNPCL, there could have been some, discrepancies, like you put it. So I want to ask, in the private sector, when there's a merger or a new acquisition, aren't the books supposed to be opened before
that announcement of the merger itself
is made? So are you saying when it went from NNPC to NNPCL, no books were opened, nothing, it was just...
Well, let's leave that answer for Priya to answer, but maybe those books were locked in lockers. Mukhtar, we are coming to you, and we need your take on this. We've had this unresolved issue, question mark, on NNPC turned NNPCL for a very long time. And sometimes I get to ask the question, do we own NNPC or NNPC own the country? So let's get to know and hear your take on this.
The conversion of NNPC into a company to become NNPCL, part of the advantage is so that their books are more transparent and we have more access to their books. And both gentlemen are driving towards what I am thinking about. The time that this audit is happening is very funny. And the period they are probing is also very funny, especially at this time where there is political transfer window. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate. I hope that this is not just a catch and lose and hide and seek of trying to make some politicians join ship to join the ruling party. Because most of these audits, we hear them, we get excited about the money, and we never get the end of it. Maybe the culprits will return some money, maybe like 2%, 3% of these missing funds, and then they join the ruling party. And especially this time of the year, as we are preparing for election, when campaign is going to be in full swing from next year, I hope this is not just pressuring some people from the opposition to join to the ruling party. Every other thing sounds good. We as Nigerians, we love our stolen money to be recovered. But I hope they are not just getting us excited in their hide and seek game as usual.
Okay, now you've gone this route. Now let's push further. On the norm, if things are normal, it's supposed to be at the end of every month we get to see a report on what NNPC produced, what they made money off, and what they lost. That's supposed to be what we have. Then we now accumulate that quarterly, annually. Are we going to start seeing, or we should start demanding that amount of transparency? Because till date, NNPC have not been able to tell us what they make on a monthly basis. They can't even tell us the exact amount of oil we pump out on a monthly basis. Should we start demanding those kind of accountability from them?
I think they've been doing that. Maybe they need to be more forthcoming with their information, because every year they tell us their improvement in their oil generation. This administration has a target of 2.2 million barrels per day. I think last month they did 1.8 million. So it's usually between 1.6 and 1.8. I think they've been doing that. So how reliable is this figure? That's what we don't know. That is why our polity will still have a lot to do, especially from the fourth arm of the democracy, which is the media and the civil society, in terms of checking what the executive and all the other arms of government is doing in terms of research and investigations, which cost a lot of money and cost a lot of technical know-how, because even the government itself, up until now, the credentials of the head of NNPC and Minister for Petroleum are funny. So in a very long time, I am very proud of who the head of NNPCL is, if we look at his credentials. And within the short period of time that he's held that office, I think is a general consensus that we can all agree that there is a turnaround. There is more confidence from the international investors, and locally we can all see the reform. The biggest player right now, which is Dangote, if anything, he says it's anything to go by. He has given his vote of confidence in him too. So I think they've been giving the data. To go back to your question, how reliable those data is, that would depend on the press and the civil society to be able to probe that. And that is what we need to do better as a country.
Okay, while we look at probing that particular issue, let's get to ask basic question: why are businesses shunning loans amid high rates? It's the major question mark. Now, let's get straight to that story. More informal businesses shun loans amid high rates. It's not leaving us. A growing number of informal businesses in Nigeria are staying clear of loans due to soaring interest rates and tougher lending conditions. Now, this came according to the 2025 Informal Economy Report by MoneyPoint. 51% of small businesses operators now say they have never taken a loan and do not intend to do so. Now, this sharply from 30% in the previous year. The report suggests that rising borrowing costs and reduced accessibility to credit has pushed small businesses to rely on personal savings or community funding instead of formal loans. Now, many respondents cited fear of debt traps and business instability as reasons for avoiding credit facility. Gentlemen, we've talked about this on this particular table. The question we'll now ask ourselves is, nationally, the interest rate is 2 digits, 27%. So how can small businesses in the first place even cope with 27%? Now, talk much of them not even getting it from the banks that might even give that. They now get it from other sources that will do 50%.
60 to 70.
60, 70% over a very short period of time.
Now, according to the Money Point Microfinance Bank's Informal Economy Report 2025, it states that 51% of small business operators say they would never, or they have never taken a loan and do not intend to. 51%. Now, loans are supposed to scale up business, expand, hire more staff, invest more. If you want to build branches, have other branches, scale, grow bigger, that's what loans are for. And gone were the days when people, you hear this person got 2 million, he's expanding his business, he's doing this. And I think that was how these loan sharks came up. Because going to the bank to get loans, the collateral sometimes cost an arm and a leg. So people, deter from getting loans. Then the loan sharks came in with juicy money, but with, it's like you are dining with the devil himself. You borrow a loan of 19,000 to pay 30,000 naira, and it's not palatable. So that's what is happening, and the interest rate, like you said, it's double digits, not single digits, and this would also hurt the economy because the informal sector contributes to the larger part of the economy. So if they are not expanding, if they are not borrowing from banks, where are they getting the money from? Most people would rather rely on community or their own personal savings. And if you look at most of these businesses, how many of them are actually surviving more than a month? All this boils down to the purchasing power of the average citizen. What is their purchasing power if you can't expand? If I cannot expand my business and hire more people, how would a man of 2 children and a wife be able to fend for his family? This is where loans are supposed to, inject money into the economy, boost the economy, thereby increasing people's purchasing power. But, well, the loan sharks have taken over the whole thing. But thank God for the FCCPC. They are, curbing the loan sharks. Well,
to what extent?
They are shutting down. They have a portal on I think on X and on Instagram. All you just have to do is report any loan shark that has any bad experience that you've had with any loan shark. Report it to them, and they'll take it off from there. They've been posting updates and all that. So
okay, Priya. Now we are still looking and asking ourselves this particular question. There are several government initiatives that is supposed to affect small businesses. Bank of Industry and some other government initiative is trying to say, okay, we can lend you for less than, for a single digit. How are people really assessing these monies? For those that do, are they paying back?
Okay. First, I think we may need to, get in touch with the Bank of Industry relevant department to equally hear from them and to obtain the data for which we have small and macro-sized enterprises coming to access the loans that they, as an institution, a financial institution, have promised that, look, we can get this across to you for a single digit. We can look at the numbers and make comparison with the Money Point reports, and including other reports that we can access from PricewaterhouseCoopers and Business Stage newspaper and the rest. But given that as it may, I am not surprised. Chooks, are you surprised that the section of Nigeria's economy where you have about 60% of employment, which is the informal sector, as the small and medium-sized enterprises are coming out with this? Before now, the MPR rate was more than 27%. We've handled this case on this table before. They access this loan. Power is like the lifeblood of SMEs to operate. And the overhead cost on power alone is something else. Are they going to be able to fund that, to cover that gap? Inflation is taking its toll. eroding the business. Now, when you look at, why did they even say this? Because if we look at it for a different, diverse perspective, do they have this trust and this confidence on the conventional system through which they can access credit as a small and medium-sized enterprise? Do they have confidence in that?
So where are you coming from? Is it that they are scared to grow or they are afraid to borrow?
Okay, they are not scared to grow.
Okay.
But I think they are afraid to borrow. I don't like the use of those words. It plays with one's mind. But it's okay. They can be scared to borrow. Because when they look at the MPR rate and they look at the tough business environment,
okay,
they look at some of their competitors who are not SMEs, that are completely dominated that specific sector, and they are the small players. And like with the chance that, okay, if I can access this loan, I can do this. And probably when you went for that loan, the convention, they're asking you for the land. They're asking you for, they're looking at your turnover, and the bank itself felt that, no, we can't advance this to you. That is another problem. But one other thing is this. Some of the reasons they gave too are not tenable. They're not tenable in the sense that some of them have never approached conventional institutions to access loan for credit. They have never done that.
Because of information available or not available to them?
Now, okay, they are free to walk into any commercial bank to just simply make inquiries and ask questions. Some of them are obtaining information from social media, which I'm not saying it's a bad platform to get information. Some of them are obtaining information from some other people who had a very bad experience from accessing loan from these commercial avenues. And the experience from one or two people prevented them from going to those institutions themselves, even if not to borrow the loan, not to get access, even if not to obtain a loan, but just to make inquiries. Let me know what it takes to get a loan of 1.5 million naira from these commercial banks. We know all the commercial banks around. Some of them are in red, some of them are in orange color, some of them are in black, some of them are in purple and white. They can go to these banks and say, let me just make inquiries. This is my business. I need 1.5 million naira. What are the requirements? They have not done that. And if they use third-party experiences to judge the conventional system from advancing loans to them, they are not getting the right information, so they are equally wrong. They are part of those that are equally wrong in the system.
This is where fintechs should come in. Now, recently, there's what they do now. There's a credit score, whereby if you want to borrow from any of these online money banks, they have a credit score. As you are accessing that loan, they will tell you, give us a couple of minutes. They are checking your credit score. They will run it through all the financial institutions, fintechs, all of them, and try to see where you have any obligations, and they will now tell you. Now, there's a particular, the CRB, the Credit Bureau of this thing, they also have their own credit score. There's another platform that also has this credit score, whereby you can download the app and check your credit score.
Credit registry.
Yeah, I've forgotten I don't want to mention the name, but I've forgotten. It will bring out all your obligations, all the financial institutions you've ever loaned money from, and everything, whether you paid it back, how much you're owing, everything. So I think all I'm just trying to say, people need digital literacy, financial literacy. They need to be educated that, okay, fine. And in other climes, it's even advisable to loan so that you build your credit score. You have more credit-worthy opportunities when you want to approach certain investments and all, and they check everything. So I think that's where we should be moving towards now, building credit score.
Okay, these credit score agencies that you talked about, some of them, they are private organizations who facilitate business transactions between SMEs and conventional or any other institution, financial institution that had the wherewithal to extend credit to you, because the financial institutions themselves need to be worried, because when they see the way people respond to loans and how most businesses or some individuals that find a way to access loan from these institutions have not lived up to responsibility, and their bad debt book have been growing, and it's been bloating, and they feel like we cannot go this route anymore, and they put a stop to that. The other thing is when they do that, these organizations, if they have your detail of your credit score, they can recommend you to a financial institution and probably give the information they have at their disposal to some of these financial institutions for which some of those SMEs would like to obtain loan. So, in other words, these credit score agencies sometimes can stand as a guarantor.
But the people in the market, the small business person needs to know.
They need to access
financial
this. They need to know
information is key.
Is key.
So he might know, he might not know. So most people are scared of loans. Okay, now Mukhtar, just few sentences. Why are small businesses scared of picking up loans? And for those that are picking up loans and not having very good story to tell, why are their stories affecting others and stopping them from going?
Okay, so the reason why people are scared of loan is just a cultural belief. In this part of the world, a lot of people still think debt is a bad thing. Even when it comes to national discourse, people don't want to hear the government taking a loan. Now, that being said, I believe this is going to change. Beyond that, our interest rate is very, very high compared to other parts of the world. In Nigeria, for example, Lagos as a case study, if we look around, there are so many foreign businesses now, especially Lebanese and Indians. And if you go back to their fund, they are running their businesses with loans of a single digit, sometimes as low as 2%. And then you come to Lagos and you're competing with businesses with 30% interest. So you see how Nigerians are already at a disadvantage. And some of the reasons why this interest loan is so high is because the government is in the local money market. Last week we were discussing about government taking foreign or local loans. So I like that we are discussing this so we can see our actions and inaction and how it affects a lot of people. In September this year, the president announced that the federal government is going to be exiting the local market because Nigeria now has a very, very strong reputation in the international market, and that is where they are going to be getting their loan. A lot of people don't get this because this is going to be a dollar loan. But what it means is that there is going to be a lot of money for local businesses to access loan. And then there is going to be demand and supply law that is going to happen. So the federal government exit the local market in September. Now, October, which is this month, commercial bank deposited 1.6 trillion naira excess liquidity to CBN. What does it mean? This is money that usually they are supposed to lend out to people, that people did not come to take a loan. So they took it to CBN. So if federal government exit the local market, money market in September, and in October, there's excess liquidity of 1.6 trillion. And I believe that this excess liquidity is the reason why a report is coming to say, why are people not taking loans? So what I believe is going to happen in the next couple of weeks or months is that the commercial bank is going to bring down their interest rates for people to be able to take these loans because they cannot continue like this. In the past, most of the commercial bank, their businesses is from the government, the local governments, the state government, and the federal government. And now with the removal of fuel subsidy, the states now have excess money. No states are paying down their debts. If any state is owing debt, apart from Lagos states that their debt is tied to ambitious capital projects like the Fourth Mainland Bridge, the train services they're doing, other states are just paying down their loans they took before the removal of fuel subsidy. So if all things being equal, if government continues to exit the local market for businesses and people like me and you, the bank will have to bring down their rate to a very competitive rate, especially with foreign money markets, like where Lebanese businessmen in Nigeria, Indian businessmen like the kind of rates they get, 5%, 2%, 7%, Nigerian banks will have to come to at least 10% for people to get this loan. And again, I would like to give kudos to the government for the reforms that they are doing and for exiting the local markets. There's nothing wrong in taking foreign loan. If our Naira continues to strengthen, it's going to pay us in the long run.
Okay, while you give kudos, it's good to give kudos to who kudos is due, if kudos happens to be a guy. But we need to see these reforms get to the table of everybody. Let it get to the table of the citizens. So how we get to achieve that is between me, you, we have to keep striving, we get more productive, and we latch onto every policy that affects our business positively. Now let's get to ecological funds. These are places where it hurts us a bit. For those that are wondering, between January and September 2025, Nigeria's 36 states and 774 local government areas received a total of 94.62 billion naira as allocation from the Ecological Fund, according to data obtained. The fund is intended to support efforts by tackling environmental challenges, particularly flooding and erosion. Now, this is where it becomes sad. However, during the same period, at least 238 Nigerians lost their lives in devastating floods that swept through various communities nationwide. The high number of fatalities, despite the disbursement of billions of naira, has sparked renewed questions about how the Ecological Fund is being managed and utilized at state and local levels. Many observers and environmental advocates are calling for improved transparency, monitoring, and accountability in the use of the funds. Now, they have stressed that the continued loss of lives and property in the face of available resources reveals a troubling gap between policy intentions and actual impact on the ground. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now the ladies are not available, just the gentlemen. We've had issues where some state governors in the past were docked and EFCC followed them on this same ecological fund. These are funds that have been that continually been disbursed by the federal government. Came up in 1981 or thereabout. 2%, it used to be 1% of national revenue. Now it's 2%, and it's shared across federal, state, and local government. Over this year, every state gets this fund. Now the question is asked, what have they been doing with this? You know, the other day, a very bad misfortune happened in Maiduguri. A dam went, even though nobody has been jailed for it till now. But year after year, they get funds to tackle issues like this. Niger State is there. Lokoja, Benue, Anambra, these are all there. They have been getting these monies. How are they accounting for this?
You know, this is why I always say, don't always blame the federal government. Start with the sub-national, start with your state governors, because every month there's an allocation that goes into what and what. I mean, a few years back, we found out about the security vote. Now we are talking about this, which means it's not just NNPC that should be audited. A whole lot needs to be audited. Because if we're talking, now the amount you mentioned, it was shared between state and local governments. I'm trying to pull up the, which it says here that 51.87 billion to state and 42.75 billion to local government. 774 local government, 36 states. And it's not all the 36 states that were affected by this flood. So which means some got larges, you know, somewhere and, you know, unused or probably used for other things. So the question now is, these monies that they are getting, isn't that enough to even be proactive before this flood, rain, or whatever comes in? Even before Nimet. Now we know that rain starts probably from April to September, October. So we have a whole lot of time to prepare for next year, as these funds are coming in monthly. So which means there's no excuse. Your governor has no excuse. Your local government chairman has no excuse. So where are these money? Remember what happened in Maiduguri when almost half went underwater and they were throwing, was it bread, agege bread, and they were throwing it from a small canoe to houses for how many people?
Because they were
stranded.
And
they were throwing agege, this long
bread.
loaf of bread.
So they don't starve to death.
A family of 4 have to share that. And let's not forget that private individuals donated so much. Till today, we don't have a fully audited account of how that money was spent, what that money was used for. You talk about the dam. Are we building these monies that are being shared every month? If it is used to build a very reliable dam, wouldn't have
for those areas.
For those areas, wouldn't that suffice?
Okay. So it's good because I just had to quickly run my calculator of 42 billion for 774 local governments. We should be looking at 54.2 million naira for each of the local governments.
That's just for this present. Yes, just for this present period.
Well,
it's not that maybe it's all year round.
It's a 9-month space. It's 9 months till September. For the states alone, they've got, you mentioned about 51 billion.
51.87.
51.87 billion. That's for the states for between the 9-month period. So if we're looking at that, I am beginning to think what 50 million naira can do for a local government that is looking at its drainage system within its locality. I'm beginning to look at a local government that has gutters running through the community, and it's looking at what are those environmental plans, projects that we can do. This is just ecological fund, because we are not talking about the monthly allocation.
No, this is just strictly ecological fund.
Strictly ecological fund, because this is not only the fund or the finance that the local government will be getting either from the state or from the federal government, because there are finance sources that the local government has linked straight to the federal government and linked straight to the subnational government, which are the state's government. So you cannot effectively probe this.
Why can't we?
If you do not have political will. Now, I don't like using the word political will because it sounds amorphous, it sounds ambiguous, it lacks specificity. Political will, you begin to ask questions. The local government that has the cabinet of councillors sitting together, and they had this disbursement of 54 million coming just alone for ecological fund. Can these councillors stand and begin to probe the finances of the local government chairman with regards to the budget submitted for that year and the income?
When you say is it that they should not, or that is not part of their duty?
They have the responsibility, constitutional responsibility.
So why are we not doing it?
Why can't they do it? Why are they not doing it? That is why I'm talking about political will. Because if you remove, completely isolate politics from it, some part of development would suffer. Even at the state level, you've just raised an alarm about Maiduguri, about and some other states where ecological funds keeps coming into the till of the government, but we don't see that reflecting, because whenever the rainy season comes, it exposes the whole system to flooding, to impassive motor vehicles cannot even pass.
Before you get to the rainy season, there are states that suffer erosion. Now, the erosion has gotten to this extent whereby we're now having landslides in states.
Yes.
And they've been having this ecological fund over the years, and they've not dealt with it. States like Anambra, if you're traveling by road and you cross Asaba, entering Onisha, heading towards the Aba Expressway, you see those deep ditches.
Yes.
And they've been having these ecological funds for how long? So these are meant to deal with this kind of issues.
Yes. You don't even need to go far. Sorry to cut you. Just Mushin here. Just Mushin here. When it rains, just go and check out Mushin.
But
we have a lot of desertification happening in the north.
Chooks.
They can commit this to planting trees every month.
Great.
But they don't do it.
One thing we need to look at it very well, because if we look at the cumulative amount of money coming into the state and into the local government for the ecological fund and the environmental challenges they are facing, we are looking at it cumulatively. So we are thinking, oh, this is something very huge and large for them to take care of this problem. But I want to say no. It is not enough. However,
what is not enough?
It's not, no, just a moment. Just a moment, Chooks. Now, I'm not just, it is not enough in the sense that when these funds, when they come, we just looked at the fund between 9 months period. And if between 9 months period, the local government is getting 54 million, a specific local government is getting about 54 million. So what can 54, when we look at a very big local government, we look at the communities, when you look at the environment, and we look at all the environmental challenges that the government, that local government is facing.
Not all local government. Not all local
government, I know. But what can 54 million naira do? Now, I am saying that it is not an excuse for the local government not to tackle those environmental challenges. It's because they are required to create a creative means and a creative way of getting resources to dealing with this problem, not depending solely on the allocations coming from the government through the conduit of environmental fund, but also to liaise with civil society organizations that are fighting against climate.
Three more sentences.
I'm talking about they should expand the net of their revenue sources directed towards solving environmental challenge problems.
That local and state governments.
Yes, I'm talking about local government, and I'm equally talking about state governments too. Because if you look at the amount very well, and you're looking at the annually, if the is the federal government, the state government, are they having up to 500 billion naira? I am just asking.
How much is the budget in the first place? How much is the state government budget in the first place?
Okay, great. That means is that a no?
Definitely is enough.
It's enough. I'm asking if they are having up to that. If each state is having up to that
for ecological funds
annually, yes, 500 billion.
Some states, their entire budget is not up to 500 billion.
Great. If they cannot have that, okay, let's even assume you are using all the budget that is coming to the state for that year to tackle ecological fund. Will it be enough?
I wish I knew exactly where you're coming from. But right now, we need to start accounting for the money that we are receiving.
But it is not enough. It is not enough, but it's not an excuse for the subnational government not to develop on needs to get extra funds to tackle the environmental challenges.
We are not telling them to go and build a skyscraper. Neither are we telling them to go and build a theme park.
That erosion you talked about in the southeastern part of the country, do you know how much it requires to tackle such a problem?
Don't let people bamboozle
in the Niger Delta.
Hold on. Don't let people bamboozle you with numbers and figures that are not true.
Let's not leave Mukhtar out.
We've seen that, definitely Mukhtar is coming. We've seen that happen a whole lot here. Contracts are overinflated in this country. Well overinflated in this country. The same contract that will give us a railway will build 10 in another African country. Even the China that is building a railway will use the amount of money that would be used in construction in their own place.
The differences in environmental and ground typology. The reason why in the Niger Delta you cannot use the same amount of money that you use in constructing roads in Lagos State, and you cannot use the same amount of money to construct the same length of road in Niger Delta area is because of the difference in the soil typology. And if those differences are there in the Niger Delta, it's going to gob more funds. And the same thing applies to local government. Don't call me deep.
Before I get to silver. Dear Oipri.
Okay.
Now, what's it called? China built, most of their bridges is across very rugged terrain. Rocks, ocean, rivers.
I think they have the longest bridge.
And it's still not as expensive as what you see happen in African countries. Now, let's get to Mukhtar before we go on the short break. We've had issues with ecological funds. Over the years, some state governors have been taken to EFCC and back, and they switch parties, and they are now good men. How can we start getting people to account for these ecological funds? Because on a regular, nobody's accounting for it.
two things here. What is the quality of our local government chairman and our councillors, and our elected officers generally? A lot of the times, these people, they don't even know what to do. To be honest with you, they don't know what to do, and they don't have the political will to appoint consultants because they are not part of their party or they are not going to be loyal to them. So that is the first thing. So the first responsibility rests on me and you, the quality of the leaders that we elect. Then secondly, Priye is talking about 50 million. That is where the banks come in. In Lagos, for example, all the infrastructures that you see in Lagos are not paid from pockets. There's something that Lagos started, which is called infrastructure bond. So if Lagos wants to construct Fort Milan Bridge now, they are going to go to the money market and say, we need X amount of money at this interest rates. Who can give us? You don't need to have all the money. You can say, okay, I have 5%, I have 6%, and then they get all of this money, they deploy it, and then they'll now structure the repayment according to their revenue. So even if you're having 5 million naira every month, and it is sure, there are financial institutions, there are banks that are willing to give you 5 billion and structure your loan for the next 20 years. And guess what? The better you build this infrastructure, the more you can attract investment. You can scale your 5 million to 7 million to 10 million to 15 million if you guarantee good life for your people. So all of these things is tied to the revenue generation, because you want to generate revenue, you want to scale up your revenue to build infrastructure. If you don't have infrastructure, you cannot generate revenue. Then on the second hand, again, the responsibility rests on us to probe these funds. We are very, very reactive as a country rather than proactive. The dam, the floods, everything is predicted. This year, locally, we know that there are going to be excess rain due to climate change, and people are still dying. The only states that didn't lose life in all the flood-prone states is Lagos State, and we can see how proactive they were from the beginning of the year. We even said there is ethnic coloration in some of the ecological precautions they were doing, clearing the waterways, bringing down buildings that are built covering waterways. This is the only place that in the country that is very, very proactive. We see pocket of demolitions in Anambra and few other states, but it's not enough. And being proactive means that you don't let people pull up these structures. There should be somebody or an agency that is actively looking at all of these waterways, making sure buildings don't go up in those areas and on those channels. So that is some way we can channel this ecological fund. But just like the security votes, ecological fund in Nigeria is just another pocket change for the boys because it's ecological fund. Security votes is the same thing. So we, as the fourth arm of government, we need to continue to mount pressure, especially when there's forecast to say, oh, these places. We should always put the pressure on the executive before disaster happen, before there's loss of life and people being displaced. And again, as a people, everybody knows the canal, everybody knows the water channel. If you are in your neighborhood and you see somebody doing foundation on the waterway, it is our duty to call the government to say, hey, this is happening. Because again, the government is not a witch and they are not God. If you don't give them information, sometimes they cannot find it. So that's my submission on this issue.
Okay, yeah, you want to say something before going?
I was thinking about some possible recommendations based on what Priye said about how some states might cost some states more. So I think that allocations should be based on risk and vulnerability of each state. Some states have higher risk than others. So I think if that is being used as a sharing for the sharing formula, some states will get more. Also, we need to also publish. Transparency has to be involved. Transparency, tracking, data has to be given that, okay, this is the amount, so. If a state like The Niger Delta gets maybe 100 billion, and maybe Lagos is getting 50. We should be able to see what 100 billion has done. If you are saying Niger Delta demands more technical, then also local governments, they might not have that capacity to run large-scale projects. So
yeah, but they can clear their gutters. They can plant trees.
That's also...
They can build a small dam.
That is where I'm also coming to. So what they need to do for the local government level, clear your gutters. Make sure the canals are running through. Make sure they are not dumping refuse at the canals. People are not building. I think there's the Thursday for the market. I don't know whether there was a time they were bringing up this bill of bringing it back on every Saturday. I think that should be encouraged.
Okay.
Now, because if you look at it, apart from ecological funds, road projects are being done. And when you construct a road, we all know when they construct a road, they make sure the drainage is first handled before the road is now completed. So, I mean, it's a whole lot. But
okay. We all need to take responsibility and demand that these funds are well spent and accounted for. We'll go on a break and we will return very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from these, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back, it's still SBL, and now let's go to our next story. This concerns me, it concerns every one of us. We're talking about cooking gas. Now, the prices fell, well, a bit. Now, retailers of cooking gas across the country have confirmed a significant drop in the price of essential commodity. the essential commodity, meaning cooking gas, with price now ranging between 1,003, that's still very high, and 1,005, that is way high per kilogram of gas, down from about 2,000 just 3 weeks ago. This development comes as a relief to households and small businesses heavily reliant on liquefied petroleum gas, that's LPG, for daily use. The chairman of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Retailers Association of Nigeria, Abayomi, disclosed to our correspondent that the price reduction is due to improved availability and better distribution across retail points. He noted that the situation had been closely monitored in recent weeks, and retailers are optimistic that stability may continue if supply, the watchword being if supply, remains consistent. Now, let's get to really talk about this. There is seriously no need to tell people to, hey, go gas if supply is not going to be there and if pricing is not going to be nice. I see this as pure wickedness for somebody to say a gas is going to cost 22,000 per kilogram. And it did happen.
Yes, it did happen.
That's it's unacceptable.
It did happen because last week I went about, scouting for gas, and the first two people I approached said 2,000, and angrily I left there because earlier I saw a report that Dangote had slashed cooking gas to about 750. 850. So I was expecting that. And when I got to the person and he said 2,000, the third person said, okay, come pay 1,008. Now, for someone who has no choice, but, he needs to cook, he needs to, feed his family, he will be forced to buy that. So what are we talking about? Now, thank God it has been reduced to 1,300, but I would like to see someone.
1,005 is still way high.
Way high. I think Dangote's price is still fair. 850 is still fair. Because the last time before now, when I bought gas, 12.5 kg was about 13,000 naira that I bought that time. I think it was about a month or thereabout. It's and now we're talking clean energy, we're talking so many things. I always say this, we have the modernized coal stove where you buy charcoal and put it inside.
We need to move away. We need to move away from that.
We need to, but now tell me, someone, how do a family? Because if you look at it, a nuclear family, excuse me, whereby they cook 3 times a day, for a 12.5 kg, it might, if they're, well conservative, it might last maybe a month or maybe a month and a half. That is if they don't cook regularly. But if for a family with 2 kids, whereby they cook more than 3 times a day,
at 2,000, that's 25,000 naira.
Let's be modest by saying let's assume they cook twice a day.
Can we stop being modest? Dear Priye, when are we going to start seeing direct reflection of these policies when it concerns LPG, cooking gas? This affects every single home.
It's quite worrisome because this had to do with people at the ebb of society.
Leave people at the ebb of society. Let's talk about human beings.
We need, of course, they are human beings, and if they need to hear the words you and I are trying to reiterate to tell Olumide, no, we need to go past that. We past that. Don't go firewood. Don't go kerosene because they are not climate and environmental friendly. But let's go gas, and we could see this. I'm not surprised it actually dropped. Remember, we had a conversation on this table last week. Was it last week or the week before last?
It dropped to what?
Where it said, where we were told that the authorities said they were coming out against those who were ordering this gas and those who were selling at exorbitant prices. It was in the news, we read it, we talked about it, and that could be part of the reason why we see the price falling. Probably
falling to what?
No, of course it's not enough. It fell. Olumide said you actually confirmed it. It went
to 1,005
to 2,000 naira. That we're telling him to come buy it for 2,000 naira. And if now it's coming from the gas association themselves that the price actually
they are falling to 1,300.
Sorry to cut you short. When I got it 1,008, the report about Dangote's reduction was already out for 850 naira per kilogram.
Yes, but you and I know that by the time you hold these people and ask them tough questions.
Which people?
That, of course, those who are selling it. And
this same association have come out to tell us that gas is falling.
They can tell you they access the price for which they got in stock was different from what the recent development has now transitioned into. They can cook such stories to tell you that most times, and sometimes we know that it is not true, but we just tend to reason with them because there's logic in it.
Okay.
However,
can you help us with this answer?
Right.
When are this beautiful policies going to start translating to
Dangote is taking
at most 1,000 per kg?
It affects the whole value chain, and transportation and logistics is also in the is also part of the chain, where Dangote has said is taking this directly. Is supplying it, and supply comes with some amount of subsidized.
We are in Lagos.
If not free.
Okay.
If not
we are in Lagos,
so
right?
that itself will affect.
Also in Lagos.
It's also that itself is going to affect the price for it to continue to drop. Now we cannot wait for it to get to about 900 naira, like the report said, or below 900 naira. But now, as it is now, let's just assume and reason that it will continue to drop little by little until it gets to that place where we can really breathe a sigh of relief.
Drop little by little. When it went up, it didn't go up little by little. It just went down.
You also understand the dynamics.
When the pump stations, should we accept this?
We should not. You should not accept it. But what are you going to do? The authorities have already told you that they are going on.
Which authorities?
The authorities said it last week that they are going out on the prowl. Those who are ordering this commodity and those who are selling at exorbitant prices. That in itself is part of the reason why the price is dropped. Has it dropped enough? No, it hasn't. It's still exorbitantly high. 1,500 for what?
This particular story has a whole lot of human angle and human feelings and directly concerns every single Nigerian.
Yes, it does.
Now, we should stand up and say, no, if the president is saying these are our economic reforms and these economic reforms are working, whoever is going to come up and throw spanner into those particular works, we should stand and say no.
But sometimes the economic realities, economic dynamics of demand and supply equally have their own effect on the prices. So we cannot completely isolate those. However, that's not an excuse for us to purchase it for 1,500 or 2,000 naira, as the case was before now. That's what I'm just trying to direct our attention to.
Okay, while you direct our attention, let's get to hear from Mukhtar. Mukhtar, please lend your voice to this.
I'm surprised we are not talking about Pengasan in this conversation, because a Business Day report analyzed that before the Pengasan strike, the average price of LPG across Nigeria is 900 naira, where in some states it sells as low as 850, and in some places up to 1,000. And then after the Pengasan strike, the average price in Nigeria, you are talking about 182,000 in Lagos. According to Business Day, some states were selling as high as 3,200 per kg due to logistics and the location of these states. And there is a temporary hold on the strike, and that is why the price is dropping. So we don't know if in another 2 weeks, Pengasan is going to continue the strike action. Something might happen. And another thing we need to pay attention to is our exchange rates. Energy is valued in dollars. So as long as our naira continue to gain strength, we should see downward movement of the price of the gas. If Pengasan, all things being equal, if we don't have another strike in the energy industry.
Okay, I was listening to the Vice President's address at the Economic Summit just some days ago, and he was asking, is Pengasan stronger than Nigeria or Nigeria owned Pengasan? These are questions we should start asking people and ask. You cannot, I will repeat and stand on my words, we cannot hold 200 million people down and make them suffer, because this is direct suffering. You are telling a household to pay 25,000 naira for gas. That is grossly unfair. We should stand and say no to this kind of issues as a people and ask questions when we should ask questions and not just be docile about it. It's not done. It's not right. So who should we start asking and directing these questions to?
We should start talking to the head of Fengasan. So, what is the morality in fighting for 800 people, less than 1,000, to put 200 million people in economic hardship? You know, there's no morality in that. And like I said on our previous episode, there are industrial courts where we can get redress and compensation for the 800 people who I sympathize with. There are proper channels to address their problem. We are not supposed to, the 200 million Nigerians are not supposed to pay for the industrial action of Dangote.
Okay.
So they should go to the industrial court to seek the redress.
Okay.
So one of the recommendations I'm looking at is price regulation. Now, for us to be able to regulate the price, it might be somewhat difficult. And why I say that, if it's for the filling stations, they have a fixed price. They put it there. Price of gas is there. They even put it per kg. So it's, if you want to buy 3 kg, this is the amount. If you want to buy 4 kg and all that. But it's the SMEs, the guy that has a small shop with a couple of cylinders.
The refill guys.
The refill guys. They operate like the exchange market based on today's price, tomorrow's price. So those are the ones that we really need to regulate. So how do you regulate them? Because when
the price difference is just 100 naira, 200 naira difference.
It's more than that. It's more than that. If you go from one street to another street. In fact, that day I went to get gas. I saw a young lady carrying the small refill, and I asked, "Where did you get?" And she said, "Oh, I got," and I had to quickly go there. Now, imagine if I did not. I would have bought gas 2,000 that day. So those are the people we really need to regulate. How do you now regulate? Because where they get their supply is quite different from the other. That's another thing. And like you said, old stock, this idea of old stock and new stock, we really need to phase it out. Now, what I would also suggest is let's also encourage competition. Dangote is into it. Let's have more of these other big guys come into this industry so that there's a price competition. If Dangote is doing it for 850, maybe someone comes out and says, okay, I'm doing it for 800. That way we would see a drastic or a slow reduction of price.
Okay, then also, if you remember, sometime last week, the man from the Gas Association, Federal Gas Association, was saying something about having just 4,000 refill stations nationwide.
I think about 3,000.
3,000 refill stations nationwide. That is way, very low. Because if I have to buy gas and I don't have a refill station, then I have to make do with Chigozie or Abdul or Muri that is on my street. And Muri is at liberty to jack up or jack down at his will.
Yes.
So we need these refill stations very close and more of them working.
Yes. So when I was mentioning 100 or 200 naira difference, because there was a time I went to go and get gas. A filling station was there and he was selling gas. And there's those refuel people were equally at the side. This is the filling station, this is the refuel people.
Close to
They're close by. And you know what? That's where I got the price difference from. That is sometimes it's 100 naira or 200 naira difference.
For that
particular part of town. I saw those refill. So sometimes, as a human being, you just say, that's insignificant. You just feel, let me go for the refill. Or you take the pain to just walk down to the filling station to do that. Probably it's because the proximity of the filling station to the refill guy. Maybe that is the reason why. Sometimes, if it is quite a distance, you could get it for an increase of 500 naira. Or 300 naira. So how can you regulate that guy? You can only regulate him if he's able to purchase it with the same amount from which the filling station is purchasing it to sell at that level. So we must not drive those guys out of business because they are creating employment for themselves. Sometimes they are not in the shop. They've employed someone else to keep the shop running for them, and they need to make profit to also pay that person that is sitting at the shop to help them with their, because they are employing, they are creating employment. So if you are going to, if in such cases, you will take a very, very good look, and you want to bring the iron rod to regulate the filling station, and you want to use the same standard to regulate those guys, the consequences might have a contrary expectation, or contrary to what we want to actually do.
Okay, your last one.
Yes, he talked about price difference. It's not insignificant, because the price difference from 1,005 per kg and 2,000 naira is a whole lot. When you are buying 10 to 15 kg, it is a whole lot. 100 naira, it's a whole lot. Yes. So I just wanted to put that there.
Okay, Mukhtar, your last submission on this before we leave.
In Nigeria, I don't believe in price regulation. It cannot work. We don't have the political will to do that. We don't even have the manpower. What is feasible is number one, uninterrupted supply. This price hike is due to disruption in the supply, and we should continue to open up for more players to come so that we continue to supply. As long as there is enough supply, prices is going to crash due to competition. So that is what we need to do. Make sure Pengasan does not try this again.
Okay, thank you very much, Mukhtar. It's been our pleasure having you on SBL today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, it's been a robust discussion, even if it got way very close home. Yeah, so we always encourage you, let's see things and let's talk about them. Be it on SBL or other programs on SOUQ News Television. Hey, remember, Just Africa is here, Across Borders is here, and also SOUQ Pulse. Let's have robust discussions as it contains and concerns our economy and our nation. Africa is not also out of the loop. So hey, we keep talking and we keep moving forward. My name is Chooks Doroja Chooks. Be your neighbor's keeper. Have yourself a beautiful day. Priya?
Oh, yes. Many thanks for watching. It's a Monday morning and we're just getting started. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. See you in our next broadcast.
It's been a pleasure staying with us. Don't forget to follow our social media platforms. Keep dropping your comments, like, and share. SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Litres said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I was going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Litres, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, all the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give last end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Nadia. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come out. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shell nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shell butter business. 1. Shell nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shell trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soups, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye. From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we'll go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military have not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things, and that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance maybe about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the Alif, Ba, Ta, Sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Olumekos, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we will visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. That we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onawiyede, Dr. Gibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in a comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and saying all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos. It's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I want to slide up? Yes. So the horrible let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test, basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is done? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just speak through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next one. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next one, good progress. And we're talking about the part for pre-elimination. We have that part, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Vernon, the CEO, by Shemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Zelda. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Thank you so much. this is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion for the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that the Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative, and with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals. It has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity. It drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can completely retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is to just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long as those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time, and we've all put our minds to it. It's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes for our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much, for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Fatih. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breathing point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Twice as much. Ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Council President?
When we were doing interview, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. Between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. pathway to malaria pre-admission and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence contributes to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting culture agricultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory. setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we'll travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools, cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000 to 7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Africa is a continent of different individuals, tribes.
Africa is a rich continent. And when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Obushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ancient customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. from the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain.
Welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I'm Moyosore Adibi. Now let's begin. The Central Bank of Nigeria will on Wednesday, October 22, 2025, conduct a Treasury Bills primary market auction valued at 650 billion naira, rolling over maturing short-term debt instruments. The offer will include 100 billion naira each for 91 and 182-day tenures and 450 billion naira for 364-day paper. According to the bank, the auction will be held through a Dutch bidding system where investors submit preferred rates with the final stop rate determined by market demand. Authorized money market dealers will submit bids electronically between 8 in the morning and 11 in the morning through the CBN S4 web interface with a minimum bid of 50 million and 1,000 naira. The auction aims to refinance existing obligations rather than create new debt, reflecting a cautious liquidity management stance by the bank. Market watchers expect strong participation in the longer-dated bills, which typically offer higher yields. Results will be released on Wednesday, with settlement on Thursday, October 23. The Nigerian Exchange Group, PLC, in partnership with the Lagos State Government and the Health Emergency Initiative, has expanded its Project Bloom nutrition program to Ajegunle under Lagos Health District 5, reaching more than 120 children and their caregivers. The outreach followed the success of the pilot edition in Yaba's Ayetoro Primary Health Center, with over 61% of screened children required urgent medical attention, and nearly half have since made significant recovery. At the Ajegunle outreach, children received ready-to-use therapeutic foods, medical screenings, and nutrition education, while mothers were trained on affordable meal preparation and hygiene practices. Findings showed 69 children were moderately malnourished, 29 severely affected, and 24 at risk. More than 20 NGX staff volunteered during the program, reflecting the company's community engagement culture. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has launched the 410 million Omi Eco project, a transformative water transport initiative aimed at turning Lagos waterways into corridors of economic and social opportunity. Speaking at the official unveiling in Lagos, the governor said the initiative, translated as Water of Lagos, will redefine urban mobility through sustainable, smart, and clean energy solutions that ease road congestion and promote environmental health. Special Advisor on Blue Economy, Damilola Emmanuel, described the project as Africa's largest inland waterways investment, featuring over 70 hybrid electric ferries, 20 upgraded jetties, and 15 dredged routes for safer navigation. Supported by the European Union, the European Investment Bank, and the Agency Française de Développement, the program is expected to cut carbon emissions by 41,000 tons annually and save 25 million passengers up to 3 hours of travel time at peak hours. Turkey is set to remove the withholding tax exemption on long-term domestic equity mutual funds, a move expected to affect 84 funds managing about $2 billion. According to an impact analysis seen by Bloomberg, the new measure will target gains from fund units held for more than 1 year, ending a policy that had encouraged extended stock investment. The ruling Justice and Development Party submitted the bill to Parliament on Friday, saying the exemption had been exploited for tax planning beyond its intended purpose. Once approved, the change will standardize taxation across mutual funds and reduce the uneven benefits previously enjoyed by equity-heavy portfolios. Analysts note that the policy shift could reshape investor behavior by discouraging tax-driven portfolio strategies while boosting transparency and revenue collection. Vietnam's stock market recorded its steepest fall in 6 months as investor confidence weakened following the release of inspection results highlighting violations in corporate bond issuances. The index dropped as much as 5.6%, marking its sharpest decline since April 22nd. The renewed concerns have rattled market stability, with traders reacting swiftly to the regulator's findings. Leading firms, including Vingroup, Vinhomes, and the Bank for Foreign Trade of Vietnam, were among the biggest drags on the market index, collectively driving down overall performance. The sell-off reflects growing anxiety about financial transparency and governance within Vietnam's corporate bond market, which has faced scrutiny since past cases of misconduct unsettled investors. Analysts warn that if confidence does not return soon, foreign investment inflows could slow, impacting Vietnam's broader economic outlook. Regulators are expected to tighten oversight and enforcement mechanisms to restore trust in capital markets as the government seeks to maintain financial stability in one of Asia's most dynamic emerging economies. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. she was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go